All right, I'm back, y'all. My bad. I had to put my order in. Some food. It's important to do that, Craze. I flip my charts often when I'm talking to people too. One of my favorite tricks was like when I wanted to talk to Zeus, because you know Zeusy plays like the contrarian, right? So whenever I'd want to talk to Zeusy about a chart, I'd show it to him inverse.
What's up, D?
There you go. We were just talking about inverting the chart. I had to like hack your brain sometimes. Like invert it, and then I'd wait for you to say what I want you to, and then I'd flip the chart. Like, yes, okay, so look. What's going on, Sissy?
Not much.
You just got summoned.
Waiting for the DC.
Hold on, I have no access to the. There we go. We're just hanging out here, bro, in no man's land. Well, I mean, just remember, just because you have a bearish bias doesn't mean it's not really gonna break down. So identifying that you have a bias alone isn't enough to change. Now you just gotta reassess the situation, but keep in mind that you have a bias. And if it still comes out negative, then But identifying the bias is one of the first things. I've caught myself a couple times, still to this day. Well, this is where we would have to break. Either way, really, we're kind of pinned in pretty tight. Value area high is that white line, right? So to break out of this range, first thing you need to do is break out of that value area. We popped over the 50, held support, but if we break the 50, then we're also breaking the bear flag. Somebody asked me earlier why I changed. I don't know if you're still here. I read it, but I wasn't at the screen. Why I changed it from where we had it originally. Right? Originally, we had a bear flag that looked like this because we were mapping it out from early. But as you start to see that you're getting structure and it's repeated structure, then you've got to expand and see if there's a reason for that. Right? And when we expand it, we get more touches to the bottom and to the top. So what we turned something that was 2-touch top, 2-touch bottom into a 1-2-3 touch top, 1-2-3, almost 4-touch bottom now. Yeah, Chris. But as to when you should do it, it's tricky. I mean, it's subjective, right? That's part of the TA where it's like there's no wrong way to do it. You could still be looking at the original flag and see the retest and expect it to come down. Now you got a higher low, right? That could still play out. But what I want to do is be aware of any underlying structure that I'm not paying attention to. People that came to this pattern late would draw the flag like this. People that came to the pattern early would have that original flag. No, you can never do it to make it fit your idea. It shouldn't be based on whether you want it to break out or not. You have to err on the side of most touches. right? That's a good way to make it mechanical so that you're not putting like you're biased into it.
Yeah,
This has
don't
the
cheat
most
with.
this has the most amount of touches on this time frame in this range. But yeah, you can get
Don't
into
cheat
that.
with the pattern.
You can get into the habit of doing that, so you got to be careful, Chris. What'd you say, Lucy?
Don't cheat with the pattern. Cheat with the time frame.
Just keep switching time frames until something fits. Yeah, or cheat with the fib. Like, well, can you make the golden pocket a little bit lower? The goal of drawing patterns is to be looking at what the most amount of people that you're trading against are looking at. So when something happens, you can judge their reaction and your reaction. And so, like, if you get into the point where you're drawing like these esoteric patterns that nobody's looking at, cool, maybe momentum wise, there's some value to it. But when that line breaks, you're the only one that noticed it. You know, there's not a long line of people lined up to make a decision at that point. That's why they call them retail patterns.
You think we're in wash sale season?
I mean, that's not going to be difficult this year, right? I imagine.
But on legacy, it's very difficult.
Yeah, maybe somebody would have to but then you'd have to take your profits on legacy, come over here and get wrecked just to get a wash. But yeah, I
But
mean,
take the loss on crypto to offset the taxes you have to pay from
mm-hmm,
wins on legacy.
yeah, it definitely got some gains.
Bit less today, because at least crypto didn't dump on its own. Although, if you ignore the liquidity grab at 90K there, um, actually, it's not that bad, right? Like Bitcoin didn't put a low yet, I guess. Yeah,
No.
likely, but it didn't break that wick at 85K, right? And in the meantime, well, there's a bit of an impulse down going on legacy. A pretty red day on SPY and on Nasdaq, and usually you'd see a weak Bitcoin dropping like 3x what legacy does, or and well, I guess it's thanks to the pump before the dump that we didn't go much lower, right? Like if it hadn't gone up to 90K, there would be less buying interest, right? It's what that 90K achieved by squeezing shorts a bit. It added some buying interest now that we're back at support, right? Because you have a bit of a sign of strength even, right? Yeah, okay, it was a short squeeze. Okay, it ended trapping longs, blah blah blah. But for me, it's a bit a sign of strength because well, Bitcoin was able, to it was able to pump, giving me a B up there on the small time frames. And now, if it puts that low below 85, well, at least we have a spike up that shows that Bitcoin can still spike up. And well, the problem is, I don't want it to just spike up from 85 though, but I think it's a likely scenario. The one where you take out 80K before spiking up is much more bullish. Um, I don't think we're going to do that personally, because if the bear market really started, there's no point in stopping out longs before pumping. You're going to wreck them later on anyway.
What we're in
But
right
there is a
now is
point.
exactly what happens during bear markets, though. Right? We're in that consolidation before the capitulation. The only argument is how far along has it been, and do we get one? If we had, this is the best argument that I've heard from the Bears, right? The one that I have to just be like, yeah, this we'd have to see if that plays out. If we did not get a euphoric top, then do we get a dead cat bounce during the consolidation before the capitulation that we usually get? Right? Or maybe it's so muted that it's not even noticeable.
We're still inside the same downtrend that started at 126, so I don't really see consolidation personally here. For me, we're still in a strong downtrend. It needs to separate from that down move and go sideways in a range to really be consolidation. No? Like it's still too early to even.
This is the
I feel like it's.
revert. This is the.
But
So
you're
we
right.
can
We've
get
been
on the
going sideways
same.
since.
So we can get on the same time frame. I'll show you. The three sections of a bear market: the return to the mean, the consolidation, the capitulation. Return to the mean,
Yeah. How long is
consolidation,
that
capitulation.
consolidation? Usually, it's like a few
So
months.
that's what we did, right? We went back and we looked 175 days,
Yeah, 6 months.
or 95 days, 112 days. So I drew our consolidation here at 80. I was very conservative with it. 80-day consolidation. And the consolidation happens on the 50 EMA on the 2-week. This is where this consolidation takes place normally. 50 EMA on the 2-week. And then the break of the 2-week 50 EMA leads us into the capitulation phase of the bear market. The fun one for the shorts, the scary one for the holders. So right now we are 3 2-week candles into this. As long as we don't close 2-week candles underneath the 50 EMA, then we would assume that we'd still be in the consolidation. Now, inside of those consolidations is where we've gotten the dead cat bounces back to the 50 EMA on the weekly, right? It happened here, time-wise, right? We're right on time to where the earliest the dead cat bounce we ever got. And then the other one would take us to January 5th. And the third one would take us to January 19th. At that point, if we haven't had a dead cat bounce and we haven't broken the 50, that'd be the longest that we've consolidated without a dead cat bounce. But right now, we're pretty on par time-wise. We just have to hold the 50, right? Now, what I do want to show you is what we did here, which we could very possibly do again. Held the 50, had a green 2-week, and then broke the 50 but closed over. Then had the dead cat bounce, which was 40% here. Then it was off to the races. Right here, double tap the 50, but in each occasion we've come back. Right, we've held support, gone into the consolidation, but come back into it. But for us, what that looks like is like what we're doing now. Remember, the bottom of it's here. The 50's here, but the bottom of our consolidation's at 83.5.
Okay, so you do allow a low.
Yeah, you would.
As
I
long as
mean,
it
historically,
behaves.
you would allow a lower low, but you don't want to close a 2-week candle underneath the 50, or you start running into anomalous territory. You see these lines? Each one of them 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m. That's why I had the line on the chart today that said, right here, 10 a.m. caution. They ran it up. And then a little bit after 10, send it back down. Like the 7th or 8th week already that they've done this shit.
Hey, Dbloc, on that conversation, do you think that the institution are going to have a play on that where it's different this time? plus every Monday. Doesn't that sound like a DCA out?
What they're doing is that they're buying the dip through the ETFs and they're shorting it on futures. So they're basically just rinsing this range. But the question is why? Right? Like, are they because they're accumulating, but what's the last move? Right? Because they accumulate a bunch and then they rinse it again, and then they accumulate a bunch and then they short and rinse it again. But they keep accumulating. So is it reaccumulation? Or do they feel like they can't push any higher and they're distributing at this point? That to me doesn't make sense. Because if sentiment is that at least you go back to the 50 at 98, right? Then why not unload all your bags at 98? If I was them, right? I'm trying to put myself in their position. I would try to unload at 98. I'd buy it up, get everybody hype, bring it up to 98, and then do that range at 98. Like if we were actually going to break the 50, get everybody excited, and then rip it.
Definitely, but it's the timing, the problem. It's still too soon.
We just have to see how it plays out, man. Unfortunately, this is like less predicting, more reacting, but we have to take both sides into consideration so that when we see one thing happen over the other, we're not scratching our heads trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Isn't there play more buying OTC and then selling it on spot to drop the price?
But they're buying OTC and then they're selling on futures. Because remember, the way the ETFs work, they can't sell until people sell, right? There's some funds that are under management, right, that are under advisement, but most of them are retail, just buying the ETF and selling the ETF. But what they do is that they are shorting the shit out of it on futures. And then let's say through the whole week, right? Like you and me sell our ETF. They don't automatically go sell a Bitcoin because you sold your ETF. They have to have 1-to-1 at least, but they can have more than 1-to-1, right? So there's nothing stopping them from hoarding Bitcoin, giving you cash, and then using that Bitcoin appropriately when it's time for them to short. So they'll stack up on ETFs. They'll buy up ETFs because they've got to cover the buys, and then you sell off at the top. They give you cash. That's their main problem. They've got too much cash. Cash is being debased. They're turning cash into Bitcoin by doing this, basically. And then when it's time for them to short, which has been apparently at 10 o'clock in the morning, they dump off everything in tranches. That's why you go on Arkham and you see 300 Bitcoin sold, 300 Bitcoin sold, 300 Bitcoin. That's them balancing their books, right? They need to sell because people sold, but they decide when to sell and how much to sell and for how long to sell. And they short into that. Pretty good game if you can afford to play it, man. You got that type of pull, and you can just make money both ways on the spread until you're ready to let it go one direction or the other. But that's the question, right? It's a setup. We see that it's a setup. The question is a setup for what? Have they decided that this is where they're going to dump it off? Right? Or are they bubbling and accumulating Bitcoin with the money that they get on futures?
Delta is negative since June.
It's definitely sketchy territory, though. Like, if you're gonna do it to me, but you gotta do it to me in slow motion. Just shit or get off the pot, Bitcoin.
I'm having trouble finding good ideas anymore. I don't know. Something is wrong with me. Usually I'd find ideas and trading ideas, but here I'm like, let's
There's
take a
nothing wrong with
break.
that, bro. That's good. That's
I'm
good.
like, it's, I don't know what to do. I have a few ideas still, but like, it's abroad. It's not in America anymore. It's, yeah.
Talk to me. What are we doing? Beachfront property? Some little island somewhere? What are you looking at?
Nah, stocks.
Oh.
Nah,
Okay.
not yet. Hopefully one day.
My boy a couple years ago, bro, he came up to me. He's always been like this get rich quick, like my whole life growing up. He's the one that came with the Amway and all the multi-level marketing shit. And so I listen to him, but I don't really listen to him. He came to me like 5 years ago, maybe. He's like, bro, there's this country, Belize, and the waterfront, cheap, and showing me all these cheap ass properties. And now that shit is all built up, bro. He made tons of money
Yeah.
out there. You got to keep swinging, bro. That just tells you can go through like 10 failed ideas, and the one that hits will change your life. And if you listen to people telling you, oh, you're a dreamer, you're you're like, yeah, you're right. I'm crazy. I'm crazy enough to believe I could do this shit. Stupid me, right? When you're sitting on your yacht. My uncle is like the MLM king, bro. He's done them all. Those things sell you hope, bro. That's what it is. You too could fill in the blank. Bro, I remember I went to this job interview out of the newspaper. It was one of these sales jobs, right? But it was one of these like really shitty sales jobs. And they had a bunch of us in there for the interview. And then they had some of the like senior sales guys, and they had them set up not in the interview office, but in the lobby, right? They had them set up in the lobby talking about their Lambos, and the dude was pulling knots of money out of his pocket. They were like comparing knots of money with each other and laughing and, oh, we're killing it, blah blah blah. And I'm sitting there thinking like, this shit really works on people. Like they were being so obvious about it. It was like a skit. I was like, I'm out of here, yo. These people are selling garbage. That's one of those. I'll put you on my sales team, and and then eventually you'll have a sales team, and then you'll make a percentage off of everybody on your sales team, and then yeah, I know, bro. I hear you.
Talking about Lambos, you think German cars are really dead? Because price-wise, they're dying. Um,
Not here, yeah.
oh,
People still buy German, but I mean, all in all, nobody's really lining up to buy new cars. The car
that's
debt
funny because
market is crazy right now.
a chart doesn't tell you the value; it tells you the confidence, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Right now there's no confidence in German cars, so prices are low. I mean, I don't know if they're low, but
The
they're going lower.
the charts are a graph of human emotions. Every chart we look at is
Yeah, it's not
fear
value, right? Like
and
it's
greed chart, right? The top of the chart is
yeah.
greed, the bottom of the chart is fear. Somebody told me that a long time ago, and it took me so many years to understand what the hell they meant. They were like, when you look at a stock chart, it's a graph of rich people's emotions. And I'm like, bro, you're gonna teach me how to trade or not? Like, I don't need this Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax off shit. But now I get it. That's absolutely correct.
Now, in the case of German cars, there might be fundamental stuff too, with the need to weaponize in Europe. There might be a shift between manufacturing cars to manufacturing tanks, and basically you can do tanks with the same factory. It's pretty cheap to convert a car factory to a tank factory. The problem is it's not the same company, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know how you'd play that.
Zusi, what is going on over in Europe? I hear Germany is like building up its military big time. What's going on?
Well, it's not new. They started it like 2 or 3 years ago already, when the war started in Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, as a French, just for the joke, I am a bit worried. But how to put it? It never ended. No, seriously, when you look at the last
No,
200
this never
years,
ends well.
it
Yes, I've
it
seen this
it
story
never ends
before.
well when Germany arms itself.
Yeah.
Now, maybe this time is different. Maybe the bear will be nicer and all, but
That's hilarious.
but
Well,
yeah, it's never been good, yeah. So no, I'm joking. We're
I
glad.
mean, it's funny because it's true, unfortunately, but yeah.
But historically, yeah, you gotta.
Look, the trend is your friend to the end, right? Can they break the trend? Hopefully. But as of right now,
Yeah.
trend isn't great.
in Zusi's case, the trench is your friend until the end.
Well, let's
Now,
see,
if at
man.
least they bought our weapons, but no, they're buying American, right?
I mean, that's a good insight. I did not know that they were been building up. I mean, I know that they've been giving Ukraine weapons, but I've just been seeing in the news lately about how they want to build a stronger military, and I'm just like,
No, it's not
I
new.
know
It's
we
been
joke about it,
3.
but we've heard this before.
It's been
Yeah,
3
it has a
years
lot.
now.
It has a lot to do. It's ever since well, we've been promising to do less as well, right? So you have to pick up the slack. I think seeing Trump also sort of back away from some ally, help.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. You've got to protect yourself.
Even under Biden, it was decided already, but I think it accelerates now. Yeah.
Hmm. I mean, as a country, if you can't defend your citizens by yourself with no help, I mean, it's Germany you're talking about, right? So they consider themselves like the diamond on the hill, and
So if they manufacture less cars, more tanks,
you
shouldn't
know
the
what the
value
problem is with the
of
cars, though. The problem was the
cars
tariffs.
go up?
The problem was the tariffs. My boy wanted to buy a Audi R8. They told him that there was one pre-tariff R8 left, and that the post-tariff R8 was gonna be like 56K more. So that's got to be affecting sales, and if that's affecting sales, then eventually the company's gonna decide to take some of
Yeah.
that cost on by reducing the price of the car.
And for an odd reason, we happen to have this war in Ukraine, which actually needs diverting manufacturing power from cars to weapons. And oh, what a coincidence, right?
So you think this whole thing was just because people want cheap luxury vehicles?
No,
It's
I
a
think the war
setup
in
to get
Ukraine
a
helps
cheap Benz.
Western. I think the war in Ukraine helps Western economies
No, I'm just.
more than we think. Yeah.
Remember, there's too many cars, right? We had a car shortage during COVID. That's why people were getting more than sticker price for their used vehicles. But you were getting like, and I know some people regret not taking those offers, but they were offering you like sticker price, of the year for some used vehicles because they didn't have any inventory, and then they overstocked.
Dude,
and then the faucets turned back on, and then people didn't have any money, and now they're like,
Dude,
what
I
do
bought
we
my
do?
Toyota Tundra for 15,000 in 2010 and sold it for 10,000 in 2023.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that makes sense too, Mozzie. I mean, that would be the first step, but eventually it's gonna cut into prices. But yeah, they'll squeeze it out of everywhere else that they possibly can before they take the L.
Dude, I was shocked when I think it was CarMax or whatever that place you can go in and just dump your vehicles off. They give you money. I
Yeah.
was shocked when they told me that, dude. That truck was still good shape, but it still had like 170,000 miles on it, and you know, it was an older truck at that point. I just thought, like, what is going on right now? That's what I was. I had to like look at him again. I go, "You're really gonna offer me 10? I wouldn't buy this truck for 10,000."
I'm not really having trouble finding ideas. Maybe I'm thinking like more defensive stuff, but well, probably not a very good idea. But yeah, energy, food, all of that.
Metals,
It's
man.
not
I've been
trouble
telling you for the longest, metals, and look at what they've done so far. And I don't think they're done. I've been
It's
saying
too
metals
late.
super cycle for a while.
But which one though? Gold is at all-time highs. Silver
Silver
is
is
at
what I'm in.
worst.
I rotated my gold into silver. Some silver, and I've got some platinum. They're both looking really good. Just made recent all time. But yeah, I'm not saying now's the time, but I don't think that a correction in metals is going to be a bear market correction. I think metals are going to continue. The amount of silver that we're burning through from the hoarding that's going on right now and the AI and the freaking solar battery shit. I mean the solar panel shit.
It's funny because I, you know, you're supposed to have Republicans make commodities cheaper, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the opposite started right after elections, right?
Central
Oh
banks
no, 1 year
hoarded.
before. Sorry. No, yeah, 24 was election, and 23.
Central banks started hoarding gold, 3 years ago, 2 years ago already at this point. China switched from silver to gold, which made a huge difference too. They switched. Listen how bad China's luck is. Like that shit is crazy, bro. Back, everybody was on a binary economy when it came to metals, right? They were on gold and silver. I tell the story all the time. But the Western countries picked gold, and China went silver, right? They went all in on silver to back their currency, and then we went gold. Back when our currency was backed by gold. And then we found a major silver deposit in the U.S. that just devalued their currencies. Ever since then, they've been trying to sort of work their way out of that, right? So now they finally decide that they're going to switch gold and take on more gold than silver. And silver goes to the moon. Just bad timing all around.
You know, the way the timing worked, I was thinking that silver would be up and I can sell 15 years of silver so I can buy the altcoin dip. And then I'm looking now at the dip and I'm like, no, no, leave those gains.
Held my
Don't do it.
silver. Yeah.
I don't have a problem using disposable income, or profits that I've made so far to rebuy the dip or whatever, and that's fine. Using crypto money to buy crypto is cool, but taking something that you were so patient on and so disciplined with, and then just trashing on it, like you know how you say you can't stand it when people disrespect their money, and that's kind of how I felt. I just not gonna
But
do it.
no, well, inside the same class of assets, selling one that went up to buy the one that's going down makes sense, right? So if you want to sell silver to buy gold or stuff like that, it kind of makes sense. But to change it from asset class to another, that's going to change how your wealth is distributed, right? So the risky should be at the top of the pyramid, right? Like the riskier, the less exposure, right? So by selling metal to buy crypto, you're gonna change that, and that's why you don't want to do it. And I think you're probably right, unless you have too much in metals, which is possible. I don't know. But...
I mean, I left 25% running, but I'm just saying, like, I'm I'm trying to find something else I can invest it in, and it's not going to be freaking crypto for right now. Just right now. I mean, there's other opportunities out there. I think even oil is down right now.
Is it all down to collapse Russia though?
They don't do well when oil goes down. But I don't think anybody's intentionally doing that. It's just the demand is, um, you know,
Oil is the most politically manipulated chart out there.
I mean,
Especially
there's
with
so many reasons, right? Dollar goes up, oil, it's like all these things that cause the, what do they call that? What does they call that freaking relationship between the dollar and the oil? But there's so many factors, and I just know Russia always does weird crap when the oil's down. They make moves. They they attack a small country or something like that. 11 Debo. I don't know. I don't even know how to say your name. I wasn't hating on crypto. I just said that I'm taking crypto money to buy crypto. How's that hating on crypto? Freaking weirdo.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Once you become a bit successful, profitable, I guess it's the idea. And then you end up just basically only extracting money out from the market, not in. Hey, any news from that Bank of Japan threat? When is it even this? I don't even know when it's their FOMC. I think you said this week, no? Maybe that can turn around things a bit. Oh, if people think, oh, it wasn't a big deal, then they might buy back in. And it's gonna line up with the last 2 weeks of the year and also sideways, I guess. You guys have any other ideas than metals?
You can join me on my Labubu short.
Did it go up a bit?
No, it hasn't. It's really just been steady dropping. It did a little bit on the news of the movie. I was looking at it here.
You're really having fun with that.
Is that sell the news type
Yeah.
thing?
Maybe it was. Maybe it was a Southern news on the movie. Definitely a bull trap. And it was. I mean, it had a nice little parabolic curve to it too. Like, this is a nasty fake out. This is when I started to worry about it.
I mean, is that peak Labubu when you make a movie? Is that the peak of anything? Is the
Could be,
movie
man. Like, they could have jumped the shark with the movie, yeah. And I was funny because I was looking at the Labubu chart while I was listening to you guys talk about Pokemon. Like, if it was the end all, be all God's gift. This is what Pokemon did. Labubu and Pokemon were both at $10 in 22. And yeah. Now, I wish there was a chart for card shop owners and how much money they made, because that shit would probably look like the Labubu chart.
Dude, I see stuff like that, and then I stop empathizing with people who say that it's too expensive to buy groceries or too expensive to go out and eat. Obviously, we're not there yet.
Yeah, different people though, right? It's the gap between those that can buy stupid shit like that and those that are trying to figure out, you know, if they get a full cart of groceries and go half on the meds or get full meds and a half cart of groceries.
Pretty soon, it's just gonna be full meds.
Everybody.
Did I really call that 90k pump a sign of strength? Oh, come on. Someone counter that argument, please.
It depends on what time frame they were on. I mean,
The time frame doesn't matter for that, no? Like, I
they're
mean, we
looking
can
at
look
like
on
a
the 15
small time
hourly.
frame Wyckoff or something.
You can go all the way to the 4 hour.
The top of the range. We went to the bottom of the range. We came back to the top of the range, and then now we came back to. It's
But
just a
we
big
did a bit more than
range,
the top of the range, though, right?
and it's a smaller range. The actual range is 82 to 92, right?
Oh, 90 now. Oh, the 4-hour candle was really, really ugly. Ooh.
I'm not worried about it, Mick. We'll have free meds here soon too. They'll have to just to keep people relaxed. Just getting crazy. Like, okay, free meds. Chill out. They're going nuts.
When is the last time we saw such a big wick to the upside on the 4-hour chart? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm still in my strategy short. What happened? When's the last time? What?
On the 4-hour chart, for example, see the size of the wick there? That's a pretty big wick up. Inside this whole range, there isn't any that big. So I don't know. I'm just bored, I guess, and I was asking, when is the last time we saw such a big wick on the 4-hour?
Hmm.
I guess the answer is 1010. Oh boy.
This is my micro
1010.
strategy short here, and they keep fudding it. And I mean, but yeah, do we? I don't know how I feel about counting 1010 for anything when it comes to like analysis. Right?
Well,
That's
yet the size of that 4-hour wick is it's second to 1010. Yeah.
you know how usually you
Pump and dump.
exclude the extremes. Like I feel like in a case where we're looking at a bunch of shit for a trend, we'd have to exclude the extremes, and 1010 is gonna be the extreme on that.
Yeah, but it's a bit similar, right? Because 1010 gave you 9% wick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wrecking longs, and here you got 5% wick up, wrecking shorts. So it's the opposite of 1010. Right? We ended up going much lower than 1010. Right? So can we end up going much higher than 1712?
Yeah, nothing about this tells me that we got accepted back into the range, right? Nothing about this tells me that MicroStrategy is going to magically here. But yes, there needs to be a dead cat bounce, and no, I do not want to be involved in the trade when that happens. So that's what I'm looking for. So the same way that we're looking at Bitcoin, I'm looking for this higher low. The only difference is in this case, we want that higher low to break. Right? We don't want that to hold. This is why this is my hedge. Right? If our range falls apart on Bitcoin, then I get paid on my MicroStrategy. But what I'm really hoping for is that while we're consolidating on Bitcoin, they keep fudding the shit out of MicroStrategy and they drop us through this gap. That's how I would like to see things play out. See that gap right there? Bitcoin remains sideways in its range that it's in right now. Go down, go up a little bit, whatever. But the FUD doesn't stop on MicroStrategy. And we fall through this gap to 131. Then I'll start thinking about taking some profits.
Well, you need MicroStrategy to outperform inverse Bitcoin to take profit on it. Yeah, makes sense.
Short term too, right? Like we're on an hour chart. Like MicroStrategy can make a quick move without Bitcoin. It's not like it's tied to it.
But it's Bitcoin on debt and leverage.
And so the same way that we've had deviations on this, times where price just deviates. We would need a small one of those. Back in Bitcoin land though, struggling with that 50. Our first invalidation is at 85.6. Plenty of liquidity to give bears their entire measured move here. If we close underneath, we're invalidating our 3-day down, right? Which means whales have managed to win, provide enough liquidity to where market makers aren't needed, and they're going after liquidations and they're getting out of the way of all the FUD. I think the transaction levels are low as shit right now, Sean. They're like, yo, we need daily transactions. Like, just come buy some shit. We won't even, because the traffic alone, right? They need the money to cover the trades. If you don't come in and lose, how the hell am I supposed to pay these degens on leverage? I mean, it's cool because who doesn't like free trading? But I worry a little bit when the exchange starts to like offer me too much free shit. So 0.5 retracement on this is where we've hit. Golden Pocket has the highest level of confluence because it's right on your demand zone and it's right on your W invalidation. But if we break underneath that, this 3-day up is in danger. We're on the 3rd day, by the way. 2.5.
There's really a lot of buys below current price when you look at the order book. You need a major sell-off event to fill everybody. And I guess SPY continuing down for the next 2 days would be that event. Yeah. Like 75 is really strong in the book. It's so strong that you have to zoom into the dollar to see all the orders there. They're all inside each another.
Poly market needs to stop, bro. Poly market's gonna cause a war in the future. Prediction markets will cause a physical conflict in the future. Mark my words. Can you imagine, bro? If you're the leader of your country and you look on Poly market and it says chances are the United States is gonna invade you on the 15th. Be like, oh, word? All right. Watch this. And then it's just somebody on Poly market hedging their bets or so. You know what I mean? Like if people start to really take Poly market as law, that shit's gonna be a problem in the future, bro.
If there's money involved, it might be worthwhile actually invading on that day. Oh, what's up with Venezuela? I need to go listen to the news a bit.
What was the news today on Trump? There was supposed to be an announcement or something, but I did not tune in for that.
We know we bombed Venezuela at 75k, but maybe it's already bombed. In which case I can cancel that plan.
Gold needs to hold where it's at right now. Let me show you why. You see how our volume goes to shit. Or at least our volume-based support on the daily. See the problem here? So it is going to be significantly harder to get above these high volume nodes if we lose it. Right? Even if we lose it and hold, we don't want to do that. Right? We are literally right as close to what people like to call a head and shoulders, which I don't call a head and shoulders, it's in pattern, but whatever, to that playing out as we've been in a long time.
It's even 2 cycle wide, your M pattern.
That two, yeah, I know, right? That that 200 EMA on the weekly needs to hold. Come underneath it, cool, but closes above. That is also the 50 EMA on the monthly. So wick down past the 200 on the weekly. to hit the 50 on the monthly to close back above the 2-week on the weekly. I mean, to close back above the 200 on the weekly, sorry.
Be careful with the 200 weekly on Solana though, because it pumped very early on compared to other alts, and it maintained its value high throughout the whole run. So I wouldn't expect on Sol to really hold that point more
We've
than on
literally
other
only
coins,
had
right?
2 touches ever on the 200 on the week.
Yeah, but
Such
it's
a
normal
early.
that it's high. Like the weekly is pretty high on Solana compared to other alts,
Mm-hmm.
because it stayed up for years. Well, 2 years. Well, I don't know exactly how much.
To
But
put
still.
it simply, the 50 EMA on the monthly either holds or you go after these vectors and then you're bottom of the bear market. But this has less to do with Sol and more to do with ETH and more to do with Bitcoin. Right? ETH is going to lead the way when it comes to this, which means that we have to focus on ETH's flag. Right? And patterns played out now. We're into that vector gap that we were looking for. Came down through the volume gap that we were worried about. Now, do we break structure or not? Right? Just like on Bitcoin is what we're worried about. We're going to
It
pay
seems to be
attention
at golden.
to what's the low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high. Right? Until we break that structure, which is basically this high volume node right there. But it looks like shit. Right?
No, it's below golden. Yeah.
Now the bullish pattern. Remember when I said that the right side of the W is the one that brings out the boogeyman, right? This move down is always the one that's the scariest, right? But it's also the one that if it holds, which is what we're trying to find out, creates that higher low. So the trick is to wait for confirmation and not be too married to one side or the other to be blind when that confirmation comes in, but also understand what the confirmation is, right? So you can see it for yourself. Because people will come in and say a bunch of shit.
Market structure is bearish for 6 months on ETH. You get lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and maybe another lower low, another lower high, and but eventually it's gonna reverse on that time frame since the last 6 months.
It all comes down to what section of the chart you're analyzing for what reason, right? And being able to separate the macro from the micro.
Oh. That tight though.
Where you would
This
want to
record
open.
downtrend.
Hold on, somebody said open short. Where you would want to open your short here is on the retest. If one was to short. Recover those vectors, retest the 50 or retest. Get the best risk reward that you can so that you can drop your stop losses above this peak instead of, yeah, you know.
Or
You guys
honestly,
know.
if you like shorting red candles, then I think another better way to do it is to wait for the breakdown. Right? You could short. This it's like a breakout trade, but to the downside. Right now, it's still in the middle. Right? We're not putting a lower low yet, so why not just wait for the breakdown? Short as low as possible.
Or that.
Because you'll have confirmation that we're exiting the range to the downside. Right? But here it's a bit noisy.
If you don't care about where your stop loss is or your risk reward and you just want to YOLO into an impulsive move, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's better to short here than to wait for the break of the low. But at least you have confirmation it's breaking the range to the downside.
The
You know
best
where to
is to
stop
not
loss and to
short when you've got motivations above. Right now, you know you left these vectors here. You know that there's market maker long position. You haven't retested the break of the structure yet. So chances are there'll be an impulse at least to the 50. If you don't see it and you break structure, cool. But taking a short here would mean you have to set your stop all the way. Well, let's just do the math. We have the technology. We don't have to. So you were to take a short right here. Only safe risk-adjusted place would be 1 ATR above that swing high. And then you'd be playing it down. Right? 4 to 1 risk reward, you're what, risking 0.4? Cool, it's not bad. But waiting for the retest and risking only 0.2 out of 8.1, you know, or having the confidence of the actual breakdown itself, which means that you can put your stop underneath this swing high instead of this swing high. Like, people think, well, damn, if I wait, I'm shorting at a lower price. Yeah, but if you've already put in a swing, then that means that you can drop your stop here at a 0.2 risk reward instead of at a 0.5 risk reward. I mean, a 0.5 stop loss. Just placement, sizing, and but like we were talking about earlier, if you just want to YOLO into an impulsive move, you don't really care, right? If like you just want to move and you want to jump into something that's already moving and then get out before it stops moving. Look at this chart though. I mean, like, there isn't a single inch of this chart that's not covered by liquidations. Both sides. The market maker's dream right here. Only difference is that I don't really think market maker's on board with invalidating his structure. Right? You've already had your 3-day up for the most part, as long as you close higher than here. But this late doesn't really matter, right? We're already going into Thursday. Midweek reversal is tomorrow. Price is already retraced. Now, that would be type 3. That trader that we're talking about is type 3, right? Type 3's bet is that type 4 traders are going to get screwed. He's like, screw that. There will be no retest. Type 4 traders are going to get screwed. I'm YOLOing into the breakout. Type 5 looks at the red candle all the way down here and says, oh, I'm going to short this thing. I think I should short. And then your type 3 trader says, sure, here you go. Knock yourself out. Type 3 traders, it's each trading style, right? Each level has its pros and its cons. With type 3, the only con is that they suffer more drawbacks than any of the other 4 or any of the other 3. Because most patterns have a kickback, right? Most patterns have that Livermore pivot back to break. So unless your intention is to get into a type 3 trade and take quick profits, meaning 1, 2, 3 green candles and the first sign of weakness you see, you're out, then you end up having drawdowns. And if you draw down to the type 4 entry and there's no volume, then now you're in some shit, right? Because now you're going to come down below entry. Type 2 is the safest, I think. Type 2 is the safest risk adjusted, right? Low enough to the bottom to have a good risk reward, but you're not getting stopped out by trying to catch a falling knife all the time. And you still have the ability to add to your trade on a type 4 entry if it retests. I think that's a good middle ground. I live in a spaceship hovering above the sunny state of Florida. Just makes small circles around South Florida. Yeah, yeah. This is when we go back to the scene of the crime and make sure that we met everything we said. So we'd be looking for rejections off either the 13, the 50, or the actual breakdown. We do have bearish momentum, even though we chopped. Right? Remember, we don't trade EMAs when we're in chop. But just to pull them up so you could see. I mean, right? Chop. Exit, enter, chop, chop. Too much chop. This is the actual bull bear fight, right? Where we're trying to see who can actually take control and hold. Right now, bears are in control on the 5-minute chart. Go break it down even more. On the 1 minute, you're seeing the rejection off the 50 EMA. So now we are in a very similar position. It should be very recognizable to you guys by now. Remember, slow breaking W's, right? W's that aren't explosive at their necklines create bear flags. So either get some velocity on this break or it's going to break down. I'm not going to draw the W out because you guys see it, but I'll draw the invalidation. And I'll draw the measured move. What the hell? What the hell? Berry. That would be the retest of the break of the bear flag if you get above the 50. Obviously, if this falls down, invalidation, you're coming down into those liquidations. What I'm trying to show is that that fight that we're seeing on the 15-minute is happening on the 5, is happening on the 1. Right? You can see the bull bear fight for sentiment. The fight is for sentiment. Don't get it twisted. Right? Both sides are trying to convince retail that price is going in one direction or the other. The same sort of shit that we're looking at on the 15-minute. W pattern, breaking out slowly, bear flag, threatening to ruin the party. And then it just fractals. The same way that W's fractal into larger and larger fractals, right? The bearishness will fractal into smaller and smaller time frames. Pivots occur when something different happens on the smaller fractal. Right? Price pivots when the fractal stops fractaling. Right? Here we had the fractal, the bear flag broke. Let's say here we have the fractal and the bear flag breaks. Let's say we go to the same fractal again, but the W pattern breaks out. Right? That's your pivot. That's where sentiment has pivoted. Right? That's when they've managed to convince retail that price is moving in their direction. Usually it's simple, right? Usually we just go market maker motivations, easy peasy. But dumps like this, like I said, they don't go unexploited. So this brings the whales out. If I was short this, I would exit short at the end of liquidation. But I would also take profits multiple times. Right? The main pattern itself, 84.3, is where that bear flag would bring you. I wouldn't wait personally till 84.3 to take all my profits. Just like I wouldn't have got into the short down here at the bottom. I'm waiting for that as high as high of a level as I can, so that I have the smallest risk reward possible. The same reason that I wouldn't suffer a drawdown just to keep the trade alive. Right? Because the argument is, what if it keeps going? Okay, cool. You drop. Right? You get the demand. You start to see volume pop in. You don't want to take profit because it can keep going. You know, it's going to come up. It's just going to be a dead cat bounce, and it's going to keep going. Cool. That's a way to do it. Me personally, when I was trading leverage heavy, I don't do this. I don't do drawdowns because it might keep going. I TP and then I smack it again at the lower high. Right? I wait as price comes up. As price comes up, my risk is reducing, because the higher that I can get that lower high, again, just like we were talking about right now, the better my risk reward will be. Right? If I can get that dead cat bounce all the way to here and short from there and then drop my stop right underneath this swing, now we're talking. Right? Now we're back in business. Freaking 19 to 1, 20 to 1 risk reward, right? Or here or here. But staying in a trade here, right? Riding this all the way down and staying in your profits here is exactly the same as taking a 1-to-1 risk reward. The same exact shit. Staying in the trade is the same as taking the trade. My opinion, that's just always how I've looked at it. And that goes the same in either direction. But you do have fees and all that you got to take into consideration. I understand. My default TP is like 20%, bro. I'll be real with you. 20% is a good comfy TP for me, but that's gonna be different for other people. Right? For some people, you might not calm your nerves unless you take like 50%. Right? You might not be comfortable with a drawdown of more than, half of your portfolio, or so that's different for each person. But for me, I'll TP out in chunks of 20, 20, 20, and then if I have confidence in the trade, I'll let that 40 ride. And that's only if I'm too far away from structure where I can't bring my stops up. Right? If we're close enough to structure still and I can just bring my stops up in the profit, I'll do that. But on impulsive moves where there's nowhere safe to bring my stop up without taking a huge drawdown, I take 20, 20, 20. Yeah, I mean, it's not the same dopamine hit, right? You don't get the same dopamine hit in a trade that you scale into and scale out of as sniping the bottom full port and sniping the top wick full port. But I mean, are you in it for the dopamine, or do you want a strategy that you can replicate over and over and over and over? Use your money and buy some shit to get the dopamine. The dopamine comes with the Lambo and the skydiving and the yachts and all that shit. It's important to understand,
no, death comes
especially
with that.
it's important to know, especially when you're trading leverage, that you are just to make sure you're not trading for the buzz. Like, am I trading for the fix, or am I trading for the profit?
Yeah, dopamine in a sports car.
Man,
On
there's
that track.
something about that engine though. Just I feel it. I got over that going fast shit already. Couple of scares, like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Give me something nice and slow, luxury cushion, make me feel like I'm driving on a pillow. Yeah, I saw somebody with that. I saw somebody with that TA earlier on Twitter when I was scanning through that 4-hour Wyckoff. I haven't looked at it myself. Like I haven't dissected it myself. I will though, actually. Um,
Oh, but the spring would be at below 80K, right?
that's what I'd have to check. How low that spring would have to be valid. All right, so this W, remember this line here is our breakout of our W, but until you break that bear flag, it doesn't matter. And even after you break the bear flag, the measured move just brings you up to the break of the bear flag, of the larger bear flag. So this is what we were talking about, watching to see if smaller fractals break the trend of the larger fractals, or if it just rejects and... What's
I think
going on,
Wyckoff
Khaled?
fits pretty good here. And you'd be looking for signs of accumulation anyway, because we had distribution. It's time for accumulation eventually.
I'm with you. Heard that.
That's how market moves. It goes from accumulation to distribution to accumulation to distribution.
Traction to expansion.
Just that we went up for 3 years.
Yeah, that's the larger bear channel, Khaled. Excuse me. We're on the 1 minute chart right now. I was just trying to prove, trying to show a point. It's a good idea to make sure to jump on your charts and double check, triple check everything, no matter who says it. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. There's a couple things I gotta take a look at today when I go do some research. Nah, I'll take all new TA into consideration.
Time to go for me. Trade safe, everybody.
Take it easy, Zeus.
You too.
What's everybody having for dinner tonight? Nothing wrong with chicken and rice, bro. That's a staple. Bear. Yeah, I said bear. Having bear tonight like a real man. Why are y'all so unserious, y'all? This is a serious industry that we're in. Man said Japanese curry chicken. That's funny as shit. It's great. Appreciate it, Ironborn. Welcome, bro. Throw me a subscribe if you'd be so kind. We're on like 24/7. Usually the charts are on, but I'm on at least 2 to 3 times a day for 3 to 4 hours. And when I'm not on, you got my crazy family here to keep you entertained. All right, so what's the over under on Trump? Bullish or bearish? Let's do a poll. All right, pull up, y'all. Trump speaks and BTC goes up. BTC goes down. Dbloc goes to eat. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. If you anybody that answers the last one, you're automatically right. So don't even bother. Like pick one of the other two. That's an easy win. That's like cheating.
What does it look like we got for liquidation down to that 1618 Dbloc? Looks like they're kind of fading out a little bit. I don't know.
There's
On a higher
plenty
time
more.
frame, it looked like yeah, right down there. It looked like that's where it wanted to make its stride to. Clear out the rest of those longs.
Yeah. Compound answer. No, I won't be here, Theric. I'm waiting for my food right now. I'm starving. It's way past my dinner time. I ordered some burgers. Nice big burgers and some chicken fingers. Onion rings. Bit of a cheat day. I like lie to myself and say as long as it's not from McDonald's or Burger King, you know, fast food, that it doesn't technically healthy, but let's just say healthier, but still a cheat day. Nah, there's not gonna be a crypto Cypher mukbang anytime soon, guys. Not that type of channel. Man says skip eating. I did, bro. That's what I did at 6, 7, at 8. Bring our measured move up a bit here. Keep these licks. Like some volatility, man, especially if he's gonna get up there and say what I think he's gonna get up there and say. I think he's gonna get up there and beat that war drum really loudly. I expect some tough talk. Well, oil is going to be the most directly affected, but oil affects everything, which is a problem. Right? Usually when it's just one commodity, it's like, no big deal, but oil affects energy. Energy is big right now. No, short term, Khaled. I don't expect long term effects, but I do expect some short term volatility. People will play into whatever it is. But I'm not waiting for any real like market shifting news. But I've been surprised before. Super choppy of this price action. Give me 1 second. Alright, I thought my shit was here. What do I think about STRC? I mean, I glanced at it. What is it, like over 10% per month? TG variable rate, perpetual stretch, blah, blah, blah. Mozzie. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, that's nice. Not gonna lie. That would be an issue. I love how we're counting down to this shit like a bomb is about to go off. Nah, he's definitely gonna go talk tough. They've already leaked too much. Like you can, it's like a rollout. Like wars come with rollouts now, like a damn album drop. The problem is it's going to disrupt oil a lot, especially if he gets up there and starts talking about sanctions on Venezuelan oil. I can't miss it. The problem is if I stream it, I won't be back by the time it's done. And if what I'm playing starts to show commercials or play music, then that's gonna be an issue for YouTube. Usually I would though. I mean, on days like this where people are expecting something bigger. I do think that he plans to talk for quite a bit of time. You want to get Trump going, bro. When Trump starts talking tough, he gets into his bag. I mean, oil would impact just business in general, right? We're looking for the ISM to pick up, right? For the business cycle to go into expansion. If there was some sort of energy issue and a problem with oil, that doesn't really give us a lot of room for expansion. So in a roundabout way. Is it on X? Let me see. I'll play it while I'm still here until my food gets here. Give me a second. All right, so check this out. If we play this, you guys have to promise to not turn into Lord of the Flies in the chat, okay? People love the guy, some people hate the guy. We're not about to go full savage. Some of you know who I'm talking to. I think I'm talking to you. I'm probably talking to you. Hold on, let me find this.
It's like, now what I do, Dbloc?
No, this time I actually wasn't talking about you.
All right, thank God. I
You,
was like, oh, what
you never tend to get too caught up in all that shit too heavy. All right, White House Live. Let's go picture in picture, right? That's how. Sersky.
America, 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before,
Can you bring up your
making
volume
life
on it? It does sound a little bit
unaffordable
low.
for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not.
This can't possibly be what we're waiting for. Right? Is this really White House? This is. Started 9 minutes ago.
Laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more
All right, just
positive
checking.
change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated the bloodthirsty foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%. We have broken the grip of sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close. I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our Treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22% and in many states 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democrat politicians also sent the cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 82% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on. Here are just some of the efforts that we have underway. You will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that. The wages, just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen, AI, automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail, totally failed. Now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward, and I used the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off, and it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called Most Favored Nation, and no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, trumprx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower costs. It will be far better health insurance. The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost, and you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care. You'll get much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family
All right, guys,
lost
you're gonna have to switch to your own now. My food's here. Like I said, I don't want to leave it running while I'm gone so they don't play music and screw it all up. Just mute it? What do you mean? You just want to watch? You just want to watch him talk? All right, so before I go, we didn't invalidate, right? W is still strong, coming back into that range, right? Creating a deviation. Getting above the 50 gives us our target 1. Target 2 is at 87.2. Wait for it to roll over. It could very possibly roll over right at this SR flip that we're at. So, heads up. So far, so good. We invalidate this measured move by getting above, basically hitting target 2. Right, because this would still be a bearish channel.
You're not gonna say thank you? Thank you, Mr. President. Is there anything new that he said, or is the same old? So that was that.
yo.
What's good, gang? Crypto After Dark.
Chilling.
Took some meds for this wrist. This shit's killing me.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Nah, it's all good. It's just got me sluggish. What's good, chat? We need to worry about Bitcoin and Ethereum right now. Alt season is not something you need to worry about at this moment specifically. There's a couple steps before that that we need to lock in. This action's been decent. Well, at least the direction's been decent so far. We're almost at target 2. But this price action has been horrible.
And it's going to continue, huh? I mean, until Bitcoin hits its bear market bottom.
It depends
Granted,
on how
whatever
much further out you're looking.
I mean, granted, whatever bounces. I mean, I know
Yeah.
we're looking for a big bounce here on Bitcoin, but then after that, it's back to bear.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I know there's a trade to be made on alts, but trying to figure. I mean, I don't know. I'm only holding Zcash. I mean, I just don't even do anything.
Not bad. You just gotta stay on top of it.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the time frame for when the bear market is going to end.
Talked about that already. October, November 2020.
Oh, okay. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure you have it. I guess I must have missed that.
You know it's a year from the top. Top was on the 6th. If we don't
Okay.
make a new top, then you can expect that timing to hold.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Catching up to see what I missed while I was gone.
You got a CD player in your car?
No. Autoplay.
Dang.
1 second.
New car owner. There's only a couple cars left that come with CD players. It's Subaru and Lexus. What about cassette? You got anything that plays cassette?
Um,
No retro for you?
I have an old boombox, but that shit hasn't worked in forever. Not that I know of. I'm trying to think.
Do you know you could buy brand new boom boxes with cassette players?
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen the fake ones too that are just streaming.
No, I'm talking about real.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They got them at Best Buy. They're made by a company called, oh, damn, what is it called? Studebaker. Really nice. Here, I'll show you a picture. I got one.
Dun, dun, dun.
There you go. Check them out in the chat.
Give me a second. I got you. I'm trying to fix something real quick.
I got two of them. I got the red one. That's the big one. The silver one. It's littler, but it's got more lights.
Hmm.
E-Man, do you know what's crazy about Studebakers? I put together 2 of them.
You're talking about the cars, yeah.
Yeah, I built two Studebakers. I built 13 cars in my life, and 2 of them were actually Studebakers. They're different. They're really cool show cars and everything. They're kind of rare, so that's why we built 2 of them. Not many people have them. The left-hand side has left-hand threads on all your wheels and stuff, and on the right side has right-hand threads, as crazy as it sounds. So the left side of the car and a bunch of the lower linkage and stuff down in like the suspension and stuff on the left-hand side all spins to the left to tighten it, and on the right spins to the right to tighten it. So one side of the car goes one way, and one side of the car goes the opposite. You know what I'm saying?
My Studebaker boom boxes. Then I just posted.
But it's they're really actually pretty neat cars. They're hard to find parts for and everything. But
Check it out in chat. Let me know what you think.
so you're talking about a Studebaker like a car.
Yeah, man, Studebaker boom boxes. I got them both. I got the big one. I got the
Sick.
small one. Be playing my music on there. Sound pretty good too. Got nice lights. One's got CD and cassette. The other one's just CD. But the red one's big. Look how big it is on the trunk of my car.
Does that like good battery last for a while?
Yeah, man, it's got a new lithium battery in it. New school. You just plug it in, charge it up. Built in.
Yeah, it's better than our boom boxes. We had to put like D-sized batteries in.
Nah, this is new. You can buy these brand new.
No, our old school ones. I'm saying, remember that?
Yeah, but I'm past all that. This is new stuff here, and I got Bluetooth on of everything. But it's still retro because you could play your cassette, CD, radio, all that antenna. It's got old school antenna that flips up. It's just a beautiful beast. I like stuff like that.
I wouldn't be surprised it's got Bluetooth connection to it.
It does.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You get modern and retro. Everything's there. You don't gotta sacrifice nothing. I don't use the Bluetooth for nothing, though. I don't care about that. I'm about to use it to put my cassette in it. I'm about to shoot me some clips to post on social media. Oh my God, I got some of my dude. You got to see. I got one of my sweatshirts in. Let me show you. Oh my God, it's so freaking nice. It's made by Adidas.
Okay, I see what you're talking about.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I was showing not the picture.
That's nice, huh?
Yeah.
Shit, everybody talking about you can't do nothing in 2025. Yeah, you can. You got to just make an effort. Try to look for it and buy it. I mean, it's at freaking Best Buy. Yes, it just depends how much you really appreciate stuff like that. You know, a lot of people don't want to go backwards, I guess, or they consider it.
People don't care, bro. To buy that shit, you gotta start buying cassettes. Where the hell are you gonna find your favorite cassettes? You gotta have a love for that
Everything's on
shit.
cassette. All your artists are in cassettes. You're not looking.
You gotta
They're
have a
out.
love for that shit.
All the new artists are. The new Mobb Deep is on cassette and CD.
It's like some people who say that they don't like movies in 4K. But they don't like the way that TV pops. 4K, they prefer the old film. That's the same thing with film, right? Recording digital, recording on film. People say that it loses the warmth of the film.
You can still buy DVDs for watching Blu-ray and all that. Can't you?
It all just depends on what you're into, I guess.
I mean, some people like to have a physical copy of the movie. I guess maybe not so much with that, but I would think with music, to me, it's different because you're getting artwork, you're getting the paper, you're getting the booklet. But yeah, I mean, all new artists have their stuff on vinyl, cassette, and CD. I mean, I guess if you're dealing with like some trap guy, maybe he don't, but any hip hop artist from a decent era does, most likely. I think Eric Sermon just dropped a record. He's got everything on CD, cassette. I don't know. To me, it's dope to have it. It's better. It's a better experience for me to put the physical thing in the player and play it. I mean, it's not very cool to just like walk around playing your music from your MP3 thing. To me, it's a lot cooler to have a big boom box and be playing your music and like walk around the hood with that. But there's a reason they're for sale at Best Buy because people are buying them.
If you like something, it doesn't matter. As long as you like it. I
Oh,
couldn't
there's
give a
more than
damn if I
just
was the
me.
last person on the planet that cared about something as long as I care.
Oh my God, bro, I'm telling you, the scene is huge. All of us 35
Oh
plus
shit.
year olders.
The hell is this?
Same thing with video games, man. People want the old stuff. But kind of different though, because I guess they're not really making. I'd laugh if they came up with like a new 32-bit, 16-bit system with brand new titles coming out on it. I bet you that would sell.
You're holding on to the old school really tight, huh?
I'm telling you, that stuff would sell if it came out. I bet.
You
I
know,
guarantee.
some improvements are actually better. Like gaming in 4K at 120 frames is way better
Yeah, but
than
that's not
8-bit
that's
Nintendo
not what.
gaming.
That's fine for that, but that's not always what it's about. Sometimes it's about nostalgia.
Well, that's what I mean. Like you hold on to nostalgia. You don't
I don't
like
see.
anything new? Like anything new that's come out? You're not into anything new? Like it's all old stuff?
No, I haven't bought anything. I stopped at 360.
I got you. Nothing wrong with that, like I said, man.
I don't stream music. I watch movies on streaming TV. I don't play video games though. I quit. And as far as music, is mainly me making my own music. Although there's select artists that I will buy their album. Mobb Deep, of course. Wu-Tang, of course. You know, usuals. Would I go buy a modern artist? Hell no, I wouldn't. Modern movies, I'm good with that. Modern video games, I'm good with that. I just don't play them. Clothing, I guess I treat it like that too. I don't want to wear no stupid tight pants and all that modern look crap. I don't like none of it. I still dress pretty much like 90s style. I mean, to me, it's just not better. I mean, the modern rap, hip hop stuff to me, it's not better. It's black, most of it. The way they dress, black. I don't like it either. The way they listen to music, whack.
God, you mad? I get it, bro. Jesus.
Video games, I'm cool with that. Modern. Cool. Well, you asked me.
No, I get it, but you sure dove right in.
You're getting into my cup of tea now. I mean, for video games, I got a huge nostalgia for like arcades, the real arcade machines for sure. I mean, it doesn't make you feel good. To me, it makes me feel good.
I mean, like anybody else, right? You remember your childhood and shit like that, but I don't want to live there. It's just good to visit every once in a while.
Yeah, I like to have it around. I like to have the machines around, in my house. Show to my kids, let them see. Put the cassette in my son's hand, let him put it in the player, let him listen to it. He loves it.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to. Hey, get out of my office.
Yeah, man, I don't know. As far as like digital music, it's getting real whack, bro. It's starting to turn into slavery now. Like now that the digital streaming partners are teaming up with AI and Suno and all that, and they're like basically making you sign new terms of agreement that when you upload your music into their platforms, you consent that they can let Suno study it in the learning model. I'm not with that. So I mean, there's layers to it, and there's also my disdain for a lot of the way things are being done now.
Have you seen that this shit has a controller? Does it work?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to YouTube. I don't think it worked. Oh, actually, did I just see what I think I saw? Hold on. Oh, it's too big. That's why. Seems like it works. Yeah, if we come down to 863, you'd have a topping pattern. But the amount of possible M's that we've built on the way up is like, you know. Nah, Neve. So what happened with the roulette is somebody messaged me on Discord and said that they knew somebody that had a similar game and that YouTube banned the channel because what they were doing was, even though the game wasn't for money, they were monetizing it. So it's like if I was like, I'll give you, you know, $5 for every 500 gold that you have. So I didn't want to take the risk. But there is a way, I believe, to do it without having the actual visual of the roulette wheel up. I just don't want AI to catch it and flag it. He said I made my monies. Downloaded some new bosses. I want to see if it works. I'm still trying to figure that shit out. Remember, you have to pick a, you gotta pick a class. Right up the top, mage, druid, bard, necromancer, priest, warrior. Oh shit. What's going on, ZD? Good heals, good heals. I don't know why we're all taking turns. We should just jump them. You took the words right out of my mouth, Connor. Like sitting here, like I would have been snuck them from the left. You're looking kind of weak there, Neve. Hold on. Get these heels. This boss is weak as shit. We would have been dead by now. Hulk smash. I got this. Weak. Dominance is officially at 60 right now, yo. 6 out of every $10 in crypto is sitting in Bitcoin. Got him. He's just gobbling up those Bitcoin. Well, we can stop worrying about that 3-day invalidation. Not to mention the super lackluster 3-day up, but let me grab something. Let me go see what's going on in the trenches. I'm here. I'm just off mic for a second. Yep, basically your slow grind.
Feels like the weekend.
A little bit, yeah. Dominance rejecting off of 60 is what might be giving the alts a little bit of life here, but it's still really sketchy. I mean, we're literally at 60. You just rejected off of 60 for Dom. Let me go see if I can put my pulse on what tomorrow's gonna look like.
Tomorrow is the interest rate decision for the Bank of Japan.